Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some game development. That's the word. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, Holden mouth. God damn it. Yeah, no, I hope everyone had a good weekend as well. Hope they've had a good, relaxing time, if at possible. Yeah. My brain is getting there. We're waking up. Okay. Alright. So the word relax has been temporarily yeeted out the window. That's, yeah, that do be like that. It do indeed be like that sometimes. I mean, I would like to say that I relaxed nicely over this weekend, but then I would be lying. I will openly admit to the fact that the last 2 days have been agonizing. My wisdom tooth has calmed down a little bit by the end of yesterday, but it got to a point where, like, it was getting hard to breathe because of the amount of swelling and pain. My throat's still, like, at that stage where if I, like, just swallow in general, the side of it, like, is painful at the top. And I can't open my mouth fully at the moment because of just how much, like, swelling and pain there is. But it has relaxed a lot. Like, it was at a point where I could barely open my mouth to, like, even let, like, a spoon in, with, especially with something on it. Now I'm actually back to the point where I can, like, eat stuff off a fork, which is nice. So that's an improvement since this weekend. I was actually getting real fucking scared yesterday with it. How do you sound like you have over-the-top pain tolerance and none at the same time? It's cause, like, I talk about pain so often, but I talk about it so casually. So it sounds like I have a lot of pain, which I do, but, like, I talk about it in a casual way, so it really, which is, I'll be honest, I have an extremely high pain tolerance. If I'm actually talking about something being quite painful, that's probably a very bad sign, because, like, I've had my head cracked open and walked around fine. Like, like, I've had concussions, I've had all that sort of stuff, and I've been like, eh. For all we know, you may be on the verge of passing out right now. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I was talking about it with Noxie, is that, like, I talk about it so casually so often that I had to outright say to her, this is the only time you're gonna get me to say something like this. I actually just need to go not be near people and stuff because I'm in so much pain from just talking alone that, like, part of my face is getting paralyzed. Like, to get me to actually admit to how much pain I'm in, it takes a lot. Which is always a fun one. So, yeah. I've never treated myself all too well. That's just kind of how I've lived far too much of my life at this point. So, anyway, I mean, game dev, yeah. So, I've done some work since last time. I managed to sneak in some work yesterday. So we're gonna be continuing on with that. The work that I got done, it's super basic, but it's super essential long term. So, I have been working with a lot of the leveling architecture. Did work. I know, what is it? This comes to mind immediately, right? No, so what I got done, and it required a lot of finesse because of how I've got this set up. Cause little fun fact with Game Maker's, like, events architecture is that the draw events can't alter, external data. So what this means is that I cannot, by definition, modify information external, on an object from it. Because it's considered read-only from that perspective as a safety net. Which led to, I've kind of realized how amazing it is that you have this meme as a desktop background. Oh yeah, no, I think it was Devil made it at one point, and I thought it was so fucking funny that I left it as a background, and I've just never changed it since. I don't change, backgrounds very often. But what I had to do was then I had to attribute to the actual display whether or not something has been selected, and then go into the player and detect when a selection has occurred and trigger all of the end of level up events. And that's what's led to something I can actually show relatively easy because I've done it in the most basic way to indicate this information. It will require rewriting a couple of things long term, but nothing is done in a way that's going to, like, be super far off the track. Nothing that is going to cause problems, basically, is the short answer. And I've also plugged in a bunch of safety nets as well for a couple of very niche case scenarios. But I do need to still finish accommodating certain things. So if I go into here, and I press this forces a level up. So you can see here, we've got the iron mic here is an option turning up. And if I click this, you see that the iron mic changes size. Now, if I do this again, this will cause a crash because there isn't a level. Any further, because I don't have any safety nets to tell it not to put something in yet. All that sort of stuff. However, you've seen there, we have the most basic concept of when something would level up, we change numbers in it, and we have those numbers actually change. Which is very, very important. Now, admittedly, at this stage, some of that's not the case. And some of that will need to be tweaked and changed. However, we've got that working now. Which is really, really good. Now I cannot stress enough, this was a very, very long set of, like, couple of hours to get all of this cleanly working, because there was a lot of systems I wrote that I never finished writing, or didn't write fully correctly, and I knew that that was the case. But yeah, also, hey, how's it going, Devil? Having a good one, all things considered? So that's kind of what I did throughout all of this. I've had to add in additional information at certain locations, stuff like that. Things are sitting overall a lot better, which is really good. However, there's always, other things I need to get sorted out. I'm just gonna remove all the enemy stuff because I don't want to look at the enemy stuff right now. Just looking for a job. Yeah, that is always a fun time. And by that I mean it's not at all. Aside from that, I didn't really get anything else done on the game, right? It was just getting the leveling stuff done. Can't believe you're slowly winning at game dev. Well, I mean, technically speaking, we've gone so far backwards at this point that I should be starting to speed up very soon, and put my, like, kick my ass into gear and get the stuff. Give a minute, it'll break it somehow. Oh yeah, I mean, technically speaking, it's inherently broken because there's, not actual proper catch scenarios. Like, one of the more evident ones is the fact that leveling doesn't remove the option, eventually. Like, I don't even need to wait. It was literally broken. I showed it a second ago. If I force the level and then level up an additional time, it will cause a crash. Because we don't have that, that system. And at the moment, the Iron Mic only has a level in it to do testing. I literally just make it double its area. So I can actually have it be visual. Because I think originally Iron Mic only upgrades area very minorly across the board. It's mainly damage increases, but its damage is a lot harder to track. Because if I do this and then do this again, it crashes. Because it runs out of a level up. So it falls out of scope. So, that's going to be something that we'll probably be working on, as well as actually getting this all finished. And getting everything into the level up systems. That's the core stuff for now that we need to work on. I have a list here. It's, so finish leveling system, finish Iron Mouse as a character, and then I've got follow-throughs. Those are the two main ones that I'm working on at the moment, though. Because, what, yesterday was once I'd woken up, I did the Moko for Moko piece that I was doing. Once I'd gotten so far with that, I was like, I can't keep working on this, so I worked on this, and then I kind of, like, vibed through the rest of the day in pain. We're selecting Baby Crashes again? Probably. But yeah, I'm glad that y'all seem to really enjoy that piece that I did. I tried a couple of new techniques with it, and they came out fairly well. There's still some stuff I need to be working on with it, but, I mean, improvements come from time, right? I'm just disappointed how long it took to get that far into that piece. It's now, what? Once add it all together, it's definitely in the like 4 to 5 hour category of how long it is. Drawing tips and tricks, short win. I mean, there's a couple of things I could possibly do towards it. I want to be a little bit more sure with certain things before I make something like that, though. One of the things that I'm playing with at the moment is how to do coloring easier. And that's taking a bit of time. Like, I think I learned a lot about coloring with doing that piece, but I think there's still significantly more to learn. Because what I did was like the, if I just pull up paint to show it very briefly, I basically had the character drawn, right? We'll just do that. And then I selected closely to everywhere that had the skin coloring like this, and then just filtered that area on a separate layer. So all of this got colored like that. And then I worked backwards, because I did it with the shadow color first, and then I did the lighting second. Whereas normally I often do the lighting first and the shadow second. And that led to, I think, a lot of better visuals to it overall. Also, hey Sanghu, how's it going? Because go and look at it right now. Right, like that's what we ended up with. And it's very evident with like the arm, for example. I do need to add a little bit more lighting over here. And the shirt as well. I also need to add a little bit more lighting to the back of the bottoms of the legs here, and I need to add some other stuff. There's something as well that I worked on, and I don't know how obvious it is. But with the skin, here it's really overly obvious and it actually hurts the design. But here on the face, it looks quite nice. I actually did a technique that I heard about where what you do is you add the reflection lighting to the other side of it, which adds just that little bit more blended niceness to it. And it adds a better definition profiling. So I tried that there and it actually came out quite nicely. Also the eyes, I did some little techniques with that came out better than I expected, but still not great. I still want to improve on that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's progressive work on it, right? Because at the end of the day, if it's not got like constant, if I'm not taking these opportunities to do these little pieces like this as a learning time, I'm just not going to keep improving, right? So that's why I keep trying a new thing with each time I do it. Doing bad? You seem to be doing bad a lot. Might need to look at things a little bit more positively there. Like, I understand that's hard sometimes, but if you're doing bad all the time, there's probably something else going on. So, I'm gonna set up... okay, so what do we want to set up first? I'm not gonna be setting up leveling up information. Do you have any other drawing projects right now? None that I can show. I have a couple of others, and then I have 2 listed... 2 listed down for kind of like testing and learning ones. Which, so we've got the full Moko one, then after that I'll be doing a Mokoko solo piece, and then I'm going to be working on a cipher piece. Because I have not drawn a cat girl in a while, and I would like to draw a cat girl. And cipher is someone I go feral for, so you know, take that as you will. Cypher. Oh, cat. Yeah. Look, I openly admit Cypher is someone that I find far too attractive for how I feel on it all. Understandable. Yeah. No, I absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So, I do want to do a piece with her, and I'm probably going to do it not too overly lewd. I'm going to try and do it with her outfit, because I actually really love her overall design. I think it's amazing. So, that's something I'm going to definitely make an effort to work on soon. Obviously, there's other characters and stuff that I'd like to do, but, like, that's my just immediate near future wants that I'll see if I can get done. Like, the full Moko piece, I'll probably get done in the next day or 2. The Mokoko solo piece, depends on what the posing I'm going to end up doing, and if I can come to a good enough answer on what I want to do with it, because that could probably take, like, less than a day. And then the cipher piece I expect to take, like, less than a day as well. If all things are normal. Which, I don't think I've got anything scheduled this week, so it should be easier. Yeah. No, I did find that really funny. No, I'd love to do a piece on Marnie as well. For sure, Marnie. But I don't feel like I can currently do it to the level that I would be happy with. Right? So, I'll leave it for now. Because I feel like if I'm gonna start doing stuff like Marnie, I need to be a little bit further along with my stuff. Draw the sitting, yippee, I'm horny. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm so glad that drawing is a one-handed task. I mean, what? No, I can't even make that joke. I don't. I have my hand on the keyboard for hotkeys, and then I'm drawing. Write it down. I mean, I can write it down. Right. There we go. Have tests tomorrow, which I'm worried about, but I'm sure I'll do fine. I mean, I will never deny how much, even if I over-prepared for any test, there was always a form of nervousness when I was younger, When I got to late high school, I started just not caring. But that's not something I would recommend. You're not a one-handed artist. I'll check on this in a year and see if you're still not there. I'll be disappointed. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I think I've talked about it before, but like, so shift space is how, like, space is how you use the move thing. Shift space is how you rotate. E is eraser. W is like wizarding tool and stuff like that. And then I have all of the hotkeys that would take a bit of extra effort to move my hand, put on either the tablet or on the pen itself. So it just means that I'm basically sitting there with like my hands on the normal WASD. And then just drawing like that. I'm trying to make it as automatable and easy so I don't have to be looking down ever to do the art. But I would like to, at some point, obviously move to a tablet that I can just like draw on screen tablet, right? Like an actual screen-based tablet. That would be very, very much something I'd enjoy better. Okay, so now what I need to do is, okay, so there's a couple of things. What are we doing? At the moment I'm talking about some stuff, but I'm gonna be moving on to working on the level up systems in this game in a second. Okay, sure, nice. I wish I had a drawing tablet or something similar. Right now I'm drawing on my phone. I mean, I have a cheap tablet that you can probably get for like 20 bucks. And it does the job. That's what matters. Why did it show 3 times? If my computer lags at a very specific point, it can disrupt the chat bot thing system that I use, and it will show a triplicate message on my end. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Just simply ignore it. I can literally show this is what I use here. When that happens, I just have to start the server, and it'll reallocate and fix itself. It's because I'm running with a very underpowered PC for what I try and do with it. So some of these issues occur. Okay, so I need to set up a way of removing from current list. Sometimes it can triple like 5 messages in a row. It's kind of funny. Well, I mean, it'll triple however many messages it is between when I hit the reset and or not, is the short answer. So if it's 5 messages, it was 5 messages long, how long it took me to get to pressing the reset button. So what am I pulling exactly with these? I am pulling the entire thing, right? Yeah. So that's the construct list, that's the get list thing. Okay, so then... And this is the skill level. So... if it's 0, let's go through and do a couple of things quickly. We're going to... let's see. Remove from other lists. So I have to be careful, because I might not be able to alter the information correctly here. I have to be really careful with how this triggers. Because I think this is within skill, so I should be fine. Oh yeah, I haven't attributed the thing, so this will be instance player. I think that's what I need. No, that's not what I need. What do I need for the thing for that? The reference. There are times where I tripled a full capped message and it looks like I'm just repeatedly shouting something that fit the moment. That does happen, and it is entertaining when it does happen. ID instance player. That's what I need. There you go. So that should now correctly pull what I want. Are you gonna give me suggestions? No, you're not. That's annoying. So what's the level up handler called on the player? Player leveling core. Cool. So, how do I want to handle this bit? Because I need to check if it's not an equipped list. And remove it from other list. So I need to transfer this this into the equipped list, guaranteed. So I might need to add a couple of other details to this information. I might need to add what type of thing it is. So what's its super type? Which I believe I classify that information with whether or not it's like a weapon or not. I might be wrong. Do I? Yeah, no, I give it a super type. Cool. Okay, so... What's the wording for that? It's just literally super type. Cool, perfect. So if it's super type weapon, then we're gonna need... I think I'm gonna write a function in the leveling core for this. What's a super type? So in this case scenario, I've written out a architecture called super typing here. So there's super type enhance, super type item, super type passive, and super type weapon. What these basically are saying is what type of skill it is. So this is denoting it is a weapon. It goes into weapon slots. So an item would be an item slot, and a passive is technically just other skills. It's skills that are normally locked to the character, right? Like they're unique skills. As an example, if we go quickly look at Iron Mouse, so weapon is super typed weapon, her item is super typed item, and then the abilities, the first being a passive, is super typed as passive, but the second ability is also super typed as a passive. And the assist ability would also be super typed as a passive, because it's the same thing. Enhancement's something I'm not going to go too far into currently, because it's a system that I've talked about a long time ago wanting to do, and I'm not going to touch upon it too much yet. It's too early in development. I'm not still sure how I want to handle it, or, simply put, if I will handle it long term. But that's basically all you need to know about the super typing. It's not a super scary lot of stuff. So it's something you did for weapons and skills. I thought you were talking about super type as in, like, category up. Well, I mean, in a sense, so what it is it's an enum, right? So if I actually go to the game manager, and I think it's in startup, we have here, so these are enums. You know what I mean? Yeah. Enums are basically, these are variables that I denote for ID purposing as the game compiles. So this can mean, like, technically speaking, they're used for some overt things and some, more under-the-table things long-term. For example, the rule of thumb is combo are weapons that require an event to occur to trigger, right? But almost every single one of them will be percentage-based. There will be a chance aspect to it all. If I recall correctly, is the rule that I have. Well, okay, no, it's literally just their trigger events, that's right. Because I was gonna set rulings for some of them, so for example, I could have an item go, oh, I want to benefit from combo effects. I want to benefit from focus effects. projectile is probably the easiest one. Projectile and summon are probably the easiest ones to, like, do something with. It's like, projectile. All projectile-based skills will deal more damage. Or there will be more projectiles. DOTs will have a faster tick rate. Stuff like that. That allows me to have those options long-term, if I wish to. However, super typing is kind of for what I'm doing at the moment, which is denoting, what the fuck is this? Where do I put you? Why are you not going to the location? That's mildly concerning. Oh, that's why. Because it's currently busted because of that. Yeah. Okay, let's write a function in here. So what are we gonna want is a function here. It's, skill status get. So we're gonna definitely need the skill, and we're probably gonna need super type to speed it up. Speed up the process of doing this. And then, skill is general array, and if so, remove it. So this is one of those times where, technically speaking, there is a handful of options available to us. Right? There are two ways I approach this. I'm gonna take the option that I dislike using the most, however, it's probably the most objectively correct one, given this context. So, okay, welcome to a debate in programming. There are two ways to approach a specific scenario. The scenario that I'm referring to is basically, I have a case scenario, right? Like, I've got a case here where I need to check what this is. Now, if I have, say, 3 or greater options, this is kind of where we're at, right? If we've got 3 or greater options, the question becomes, is using the old if statements, doing if, and then say if else, and then eventually going to an else at the end. Right? You have a case, open it, goddammit. So, this is commonly how I approach it. I'm an if person. However, There is an argument to be made, and I agree with this argument. If you have 3 or more, if statements stop becoming as effective, unless you need more information. If, for example, you have an if statement and you need to check one case and another case, if statement still sits better for this. However, there is the switch statements. So what you do is you plug the case into the switch, and then you actually write in case, and then you'll write what the case that you're looking for is. You'll write a break event, and then you'll do the next one. And then you can also write a default at the bottom. So we'll do a switch statement here, because this is a case where switch statements are probably just better to use, because we're only checking against one thing, which is the super typing. There we go. I've seen this debate so many times, I don't get most of it, but it shouldn't really matter. Most of the time, it doesn't matter. However, it is an argument of preference and what's slightly more effective to read. Right? I could write this as an if chain statement. So an if else, else, right? But I'm going to write this as a switch statement because I am only taking one input. Now, the other benefit switch statements have that the if-else chain doesn't is, do you know why we write the word break? In a switch statement. No. Cool. So break forces the code to stop there within the current iteration of code. So if I wrote it in anything, basically if I write, say, break here, it will stop the current rest of this, and that's why this is complaining technically, because it's like, it's unreachable code. So what break is doing here is, fun fact, if I remove break here, what will happen is when this triggers, it will just flow through to the next case. It won't check, it will just flow through. So if I have a thing where I need to check something absolutely at the top, but I want to do other stuff with it, then it becomes really, really beneficial. So if you've got a scenario where you need exact numbers to occur for an event to trigger, say if you've got out of 10, you need it exactly to only ever be 7, 8, and or 3, 7, and 8. You put case 7, case 3, case 7, case 8, and then under 8, you'll write all of the details and then you'll add the break afterwards. You don't add the breaks in between because it will just flow through all of them into that point. Which is why break's super important to always remember to write in this. That's what I thought it did, but wasn't sure. Oh, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I understand that, right? Again, it's that argument of you're not a programmer by nature, so asking you, do you know what this programming means, is also kind of unfair of me. I just thought I would ask to make sure, so I'm not potentially repeating myself or anything like that. But yeah, so that's the idea. So we'll use a switch statement in this case, because that's what is probably easiest to do. Now, if you're wondering, what the fuck will I do with this default? So default case is any time these aren't the case. When all of these cases fail, it will fall back on the default. And what I'm going to tell her with the default is... and I'll give this a true. I'm gonna give this an error report. There we go. Who in this chat is a programmer? I mean, you'll all be programmers by the end of it. That's the rule, right? Trippy aced all my classes and did some random shit in my own time, but then some other things happened and I completely forgot to code. It's kind of what happened to me, I'll be honest. So this is where I actually point at myself. Like, I used to be a very, very competent programmer. We've talked about my past a few times. Then I did like 5 years of not programming once. 5, 6 years. Surprisingly enough, regardless of how competent you are, that basically loses so much shit in the momentum side of things. So I'm having to not only relearn stuff, but learn stuff for brand new, because a lot has changed in that amount of time. A lot of standards have changed, a lot of techniques have changed, and a lot of things have become easier, which really fucks me up. Which is why I'm kind of glad that the code that I write is not so legacy orientated. Because fun little fact, people that might not understand, if a game has been in development for 11 years and you ask why you look at the modern code and you ask why are you using this practice from like 7 years ago, the simple answer is this was written 7 years ago and it works. If I change it, it will probably try and break, and the amount of effort to fix something like that and the amount of potential other architecture that would need to be changed in conjunction would elongate the development time by, I don't know, double or triple, which is the issue I'm having with basically having to refactor everything, because I looked at it and I was like, no, the game is actively going in a bad direction and I cannot fix it without going from the ground up again. That is what I'm doing here, which is why it's taking me so long to get another update out. We've not had another update in like fucking 6 months, which angers me to no end. However, once an update is starting to be available, they should be able to cascade out very cleanly and easily, because it will just be implementation time. Get into RPG Maker, wanted to make some joke games for other streamers. It's a solid bet, honestly. If you've got an interest in that stuff, it's a solid bet. I think this returns my fail, right? I think a Rayfind index returns a fail ID. Yes, I still have tabs open from when we were playing Final Fantasy, talking about the battle arena. And I was looking up whether or not that thing was working or not. -1 if not found. Cool. So then we've had a programmer / game maker itch. Should get into it at some point. I highly recommend giving it a shot. It's a lot, especially if you take it from like a game maker, like an RPG game maker thing. Yeah, the RPG maker or game maker or Godot a little bit. If you take it from any of those sorts of approaches, you'll easily get an idea of what you're doing, be able to make something in a nice simple capacity, which is great. But it very quickly spirals out when you start doing other stuff. Like, keep in mind as well, one thing I want to point out, what I do is far more complex than what I recommend most people doing, right? I could probably make an RPG Maker styled game in Game Maker in a fraction of time, realistically. Because all I would... How hard would it be to make? I mean, it depends on the rules that you want. Do you basically want me to recode Final Fantasy 1 in Game Maker? If we're not including asset time, I could probably do it in a week. Yeah. And when I say asset time, I mean like designing the rooms, designing the characters, animations, all that stuff. I can make everything work, but I would not be able to do everything from the ground up in that time. Again, assets is something that takes the most amount of time. That'd be fun. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to do a challenge like that, but there's no legal way to do it. Right? And I'm not got enough time to commit to doing a bit like that where I'll do all of the art assets external to it and then put it in. Basically, plan an entire game and, yeah, plan an entire game, get all its assets done, and then go, cool, now we're gonna, within a week, program the entire thing up. That's just a little beyond the scope of things I can reasonably do. However, I cannot stress I'm pretty confident that I could build that entire game from the ground up, with all of its mechanics. In fact, I'd probably have arguably some of the mechanics done more refined and more cleaned up than what they were back then. However, keep in mind, the reason why I can say this with such confidence is that technology we have now is substantially more potent and more powerful than what we had back then. So, what took a team before can take one person, and that same argument will continue to be the case. Eventually. Like, if we go 30 years down the line, something like Call of Duty is probably doable by a single person. Because there will be the tools and assets and everything ready and available. Eventually it will get there. Now, admittedly, one of the first things that comes to mind is the AI assisting tools out there will probably develop to a point where that becomes a lot more feasible. Yeah, I could see that. That's probably the main way that would happen. The problem is, like, at what point in time is it AI assisted, and what point in time is it people just vibe coding? Which, ugh. Okay, so we want to check if weapon options, and then I need its index and thing. And then I need to have index.name. Ah, that's right. I need to write this as a method, because I need to context this. So I need var context equals name. Arguably, I can actually do this outside of the switch statement. Name equals skill.name. And then the method will have context added, and then it will be if name equals name. Okay, do you guys want me to explain what I just did, or I know I've explained it before, but it is a bit of a weird and funky thing to add. Oh, also yes, stretch. Gotta remember to stretch. Oh. Or do you want me to talk about Magic the Gathering? I could talk about Magic the Gathering. I do have some stuff to talk about with Magic the Gathering. That's my threat. It's like, do you want to learn something or do you want to talk about magic? Choose. Realistically, probably should do this as we have no choice, all leads road to Magic the Gathering. You ain't wrong. Because, it's literally tabbed open here at the moment. Because I've been working on some stuff again. Okay, I'll go into this one a little bit because I am excited about this. So, I've talked about this before. What I want to kind of do long term is I want to have built a deck in each color combination. Right? Like, have at least one deck in each color combination before I get too far into duplicate colors. So some of these I already own, like Yoinky and I Don't Like Sand and Feed the Cat and You Sound Like a Self-Help Book. And the Surveil one, right? And then some of these are ones that I've been working on, like Is the Word, Sephiroth Good Soup, Are We the Baddies, Le Guif, Well Traveled, Just a Bit of Draw. Like, those are all, like, ones that are fairly close. I just need a little bit more and I'm done with them. And then there's the ones that I've had long-term planned that are mechanically interesting and diverse enough from each other that I think will be fun. Like, there's Raid Knight, there's Angles, there's the Tyranids one, which is going to be my Teamer deck that I want to do, My Streamer, Corrupting Influence, Slippery Fellas, The Storm Approaching, Flipping Cards, and Cursed. Cursed is an old one I designed that I recently updated because I want it to be my Orzhov deck that I do. And the point of this deck is, well, I mean, I'm running no sorceries and one artifact, which should indicate a lot about this deck. This deck is designed to basically be the weirdest way to do a pillow fort you could ever come across. So this commander's really fun. I like this commander. She has been one that the moment I saw it is the moment I wanted to build a deck around it. Each creature that's enchanted by an aura you control can't attack you or planeswalkers you control, and then at the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, which X is the number of auras you control. So what you can do is, for example, a card like this, Griffin's Boon, or Griff's Boon. I can enchant a creature to give it +1 power and flying. I could do this to my opponent's card, and now they have a more powerful unit, but they are not allowed to swing it at me. Which becomes really funny. And there's a few effects kind of like this throughout here, but there's also, I mean, like, this is the main stuff I like to do with them, is there's the mechanic called Goad. Goad is, it attacks each combat if able, and attacks a player other than you if able. Right? Achievement get, how did we get here? Exactly. So what goading means is that the unit has to keep swinging, but it says that it prioritizes not swinging at me. The difference is, though, is that while the commander's out, they can't swing at me. So it has to swing at my opponents every turn. So this card becomes a lot more funny because of that. So if they've got something they don't want to be swinging with all the time, I can target it with something like this, and all of a sudden it becomes a lot worse for them. But also, there is other curses, or like other auras, where it's like Nurgle's Rot. Yes, it is Nurgle's Rot, by the way, from 40k. Where it's like, I can enchant, when that creature dies, return this to my hand, and then create a 1/3 black demon creature token named Plaguebearer of Nurgle. So I can make constant little Nurgle tokens as well, theoretically. But there's another type of aura that exists in Magic called curses. And what curses are like this, where you enchant a player. Now this means that still doesn't stop a creature, right? It's not an enchanted creature, it's an enchanted player. So the creature can still swing at me. However, Enchanted player can't cast more than one spell each turn. I can put this on someone and just go have fun. There's a lot worse ones, by the way, out there. Like this one basically will probably lose someone the game. Enchant player, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may search your library for a curse card that doesn't have the same name as a curse attached to enchanted player, put that into the battlefield attached to that player, then shuffle your library. So I get to put a free curse on someone each turn. And there is one curse in particular that if I get this out, that person's probably just gonna scoop. That's Overwhelming Splendor. Enchant player, so this is 8 mana, which is why you cheated out. Creatures enchanted player controls lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 1/1. And then enchanted player can't activate abilities that aren't mana abilities or loyalty abilities. Basically meaning, you can cast your instants and sorceries, your minions don't exist anymore. There's no enter the battlefield triggers, there's no anything like that. You could play enchantments, I guess, but you can't activate any abilities from said enchantments. You can tap your lands to spend mana. So, simply put, like, I could put that out, and then I put something like the Curse of Exhaustion on someone. That means they get to play one thing each turn, and if it's not an instant or sorcery, they basically are playing a 1/1 with no abilities. It's great, right? And then I have the auras to, like, go, oh, you have a creature or something that, like, makes this a problem? Cool, I'm just going to enchant them so they can't hit me. Yeah. This deck is very, very control-orientated, and God is it foul. There is a reason why it is fucking 38 of its enchantments. It is the definition of a control deck. I like it. It's funny. I don't think it's good, but hey. So how did we actually get here? Was driving and not paying attention? It's the topic, you know. Magic the Gathering. It's always going to come back. But yeah, then the other two that I worked on the weekend as well for free time. This one, I stand by. This is a card that I feel like even non-Magic players will look at and go, what the fuck is this bullshit? So this commander is the definition of you kill me before I get to untap with my commander. If you see the commander coming, you kill it. Once it loads. Because, yeah. No, if I play this deck, I fully expect to die before my commander is cast, otherwise someone's dead. That's the problem with this deck. Here we go. Once it loads properly. So, this has got a lot of enchantments again, auras again. Difference is that I'm casting them on my stealth, right? Can't believe you invented. Yeah, pretty much. So, this is Bruna, Light of Alabast. So, she has flying and vigilance, so that means, unless they've got flying or reach, they can't block her, and she doesn't turn sideways when attacking. So, whenever she attacks or blocks, I may attach up to any number of auras on the battlefield, and I may put them onto, onto the battlefield attached to God damn it, this is... I can basically move all auras on the battlefield. And all auras from my hand and my graveyard onto her, all at once. Whenever she attacks or blocks. Now, how bad is that kind of effect? Well, I could say discard super state. Which, yes, this is a fucking Sonic card. Which means that I could discard this be in the graveyard, and I get this shit for free. Along with everything else. And it's like, oh, it gets base power and toughness 9/9, flying, first strike, trample, and haste. And whenever it deals damage to an opponent, it also deals that much damage to each other opponent, which means that I could pretty much kill everyone at the table in one turn. Then I've got ones where it's like, I don't know, has +1/+1 and protection from creatures, so creatures can no longer block this. Has protection from all colors, but doesn't affect auras. So that means nothing can target it except for colorless effects. I have this one where it gets +1/+1 for each aura attached to that creature. So what if I have like 5 auras all of a sudden come in, or something along those sorts of lines, and it just slap onto her? Oh, she's got a shitload of power. And the thing is, that's not the only one that has that kind of effect. And then you get shit like Eldrazi Conscription, which is just, it gets +10/+10 and trample and annihilate it too, which means that they have to sacrifice 2 permanents when it attacks them. So yes, the point of this is to basically speed through my deck, get enough mana to cast the commander, and then swing and kill some bitch. And in case you thought like it was definitely okay, there's also Infect in here. Which, reminder, Infect deals damage in the form of either -1/-1 counters or poison counters. And if you hit 10 or more poison counters, that player loses the game. So if I swing, get this, and she goes to being 5 more power than she is base-wise, she kills someone. Just, that's it. They're out of the game. Do you see why I said this is the definition of, do you see the commander I'm running? You kill me before this bitch comes down. And if you're wondering, I have a bunch of cards that like put stuff into my graveyard and get me cards out of my graveyard. And shred through my deck much easier, so it curates it out so I can get to get all my auras in my graveyard and get to my lands faster. Like Frantic Search is a great example. I draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, and then untap 3 lands, so it basically costs 0 as long as I can do that. I discard 2 auras, I get 2 more cards in hand, potentially are auras, potentially are lands, I get to play more lands. Keep going with that. I have a little bit of mana fixing with stuff like the Pathway is design. And this is where, like, for the most part, I've just put in every good mana thing. Command Beacon in there as well, because that's just fucking nice. And then all of my ways of wiping the board fit with this so well. So we've got Winds of Wrath, which is destroy all creatures that aren't enchanted. She's going to be enchanted. We've got Slash the Ranks. Destroy all creatures and planeswalkers except for commanders. She's a commander. Single Combat. Each player chooses a creature or planeswalker they control and then sacrifices the rest. I keep 1 creature. Promise of Loyalty. Each player puts a vow counter on each creature they control and then sacrifices the rest. And then creatures, while they have that vow counter on them, can't attack me or planeswalkers I control. Again, it's a really great board wipe for this style of deck. Yeah, each player chooses a creature they control, destroy the rest. Like, that's how you do this kind of removal. Because it's just, Oh no, I lost my other creatures. Anyway, Bruna. Has anyone told you you're a sick bastard? Correct. Many people. Many people. So yeah, that's the idea of this deck, is to try and get to this commander as soon as I can and just kill people. And the most, like, it is fully a fucked up card. To be fair, if you're wanting... That one is very honest about what it does. And I like that. Because again, you can see before the deck actually starts playing what is going to happen. The problem is, I have decks that don't do that. As an example, the flipping cards one I did. Are you ready for one of the most convoluted things you'll ever listen to? This is possibly one of the weirdest decks I have for design, but potentially plays the most interestingly. So, Yaris, Ruler of the Old Gods. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one or more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then, whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return it to the battlefield face-down under its controller's control, and then, if it's a permanent, turn it face-up. What the fuck is a face-down card, you might ask? Well, let's use an example. Here's an enchantment, right, that says I manifest a card. Manifest is put it into the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature. Then turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature card. There is a bunch of different ones. There's Morph, there's Manifest Dread, there's fucking, what is it, Disguise as well. Morph, Disguise, let's see, Megamorph, Morph, Disguise, Morph, Disguise, Morph, Manifest, Morph, Disguise, Morph, Disguise. There's more than just these, by the way. These are just like the main ones that I found for this deck in particular. Now, you ready for one of the most dumb shit combos you'll ever listen to? If I have about 2 life, well, we can say just 2 life for this argument. If I have 2 life more than my opponents, I have several ways of doing an infinite combo. You ready? Now again, I want to stress, there are other ways I can make this not care about that and kill people faster than I would die as well. Keeping in mind what Yaris told us, when a face-down creature would die, return it to the battlefield face down, and then you would flip it up if it's a permanent, which means creatures. Then there is Ash Cloud Phoenix, which is, when this is turned face up, deal 2 damage to each player. But it also has the wording, when this dies, return it to the battlefield face down under my control. So, if it is face down and it dies, it will go to the graveyard, it will come back up face down, then it will flip up, dealing 2 damage. Alright? However, what if I had a way to sacrifice it? I know, right? We'll use Blasting Station as an example here, because it's probably the most absurd one off the top. I tap this to sacrifice a creature, and it deals 1 damage to target creature or player. Then whenever a thing comes in, it untaps. So I basically can infinitely sack. So, it's face down, I sacrifice it, it comes back face up, deals 2 damage to everyone. I sacrifice it, it comes back face down. Then I sacrifice it, it goes to the graveyard, it comes back, it turns face up, it deals the 2 damage. I sacrifice it, it turns back face down, and then I repeat this process infinitely until everyone's fucking dead or done with my bullshit. Would you call yourself a sadist? I definitely have been called that a few times. Yeah, there's a reason why this is really funny to me. This deck was a really interesting one to design. Because you don't want many instants and sorceries, potentially. Would you call yourself a sadist? I mean, I could see why I would call myself a sadist. Don't look at some of the rest of the decks that I've designed. But yeah, so that's one of the decks that I flicked together. If you want another one that's like the most convoluted infinite combo you'll ever fucking hear, are you ready to enter the dungeon infinitely? I think this even actually recognizes it, right? Yeah. Okay, so it recognizes a little bit of this combination. Let's be honest, you just enjoy using your full combo on a level 1 slime in games. Yes. So this is a very strange deck and mechanic. So there is a mechanic in Magic called Enter the Dungeon, or Venture into the Dungeon, or it depends on which one you're using. They're all very different, right? So one of the dungeons, I think they come up, do they come up as the tokens? They don't. That's fucking stupid. Oh no, there they are. So these are the dungeons and stuff. Yes, anyways. So there's Undercity, there's Tomb of Annihilation, there's the Lost Mine of Phandelver, and then there's the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. We're specifically looking for, I believe it's the Undercity, which is initiative. Because I think, is that the one we're wanting? Yeah, I believe that's the one we want. So, we don't really gonna care about too much. Fucking D&D adventure named cards. Well, I mean, it's from the D&D set, yeah. This is literally a D&D commander. I'm not kidding. Forgotten Realms. This was a D&D inspired set. So, Undercity. I think that's the one I'm wanting, right? Because what you do... I'm gonna see if I remember how to fucking do this. Because this one's a really hard one to do. Okay, so... I'm pretty sure Sun Titan's one of the cards. Revric's the other one I can use, potentially. Nadia's another one I can use for this. Nadia's probably the main one I'd use for this, right? Karmic Guides. So, okay. The point of this is how I would do things is... Okay, how do I... Think of it like this. what I'll do is I'll have something like, Nadir. I have, like, Nadir and Karmic Guide on the battlefield, right? So Karmic Guide is when this enters, return creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I have Nadir, which is whenever this thing's I venture into the dungeon, which is what this is. Yeah. Wait, venture into the dungeon. Which one's venture into the dungeon? I wish I remembered which one's which. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is Nadir. Which one's this one? White Plume Adventurer. Yeah, so it's White Plume Adventurer we're looking for then. Yeah, White Plume Adventurer. We've got the initiative. This is what we're going for. Right? So White Plume Adventurer, Karmic Guide, we'll say Bartolome, and then we'll go with a Adbel. Right? This is already giving you an idea of probably how fucking obscene this combo is gonna sound. So what we do is we could potentially, we either do, there's a couple of ways you can approach this, but this is one of the ways. You sacrifice White Plume Adventurer, or you just don't. No, you don't sacrifice White Plume Adventurer. You have White Plume Adventurer and Karmic Guide on the battlefield. You and also Bartle. Some way of sacrificing something, right? This just means I can sacrifice a creature immediately. I cast this dude. He enters. I can exile any number of non-land permanents, so creatures especially, I control until he leaves the battlefield. I exile the Karmic Guide and the White Plume Adventurer. I then sacrifice this dude to this guy, putting this in the graveyard, returning to the battlefield Karmic Guide and White Plume Adventurer. This means I take the initiative, so I venture further in. So depending on what room I'm in, I'll choose the rooms. I'm gonna choose Trap every time I can, which is deal 5 damage, or target player loses 5 life, right? Then, when Karmic Guide enters, I return Abdel back to the battlefield, exiling those two again. I then have him sacrifice again, repeat those triggers, bring him back, and repeat this process over and over again infinitely, making each player lose 5 life infinite amount of times. Eventually killing everyone at the table, other than myself. Now, that's what I mean by this is super fucking convoluted. Especially when there's like room abilities or dungeons you own trigger an additional time. So you're gonna have to follow through with everything and figure shit out, and then there's all sorts of ways to stop shit from happening. If I'm, say, scared of people, Sarah's emissaries in here, so I can go put that bitch down and go instant, so none of my me or creatures I control have protection from instant speed, so they can't do anything to this combo anymore. Yeah, and then there's like Pananomicon, which also doubles ETB triggers, so I have all this shit going on. And I can stack a bunch of triggers on the on each other, like, constantly. Point is, yeah, I have a lot of ways to make this get really obscene really quickly. And the best part is, this is a lot of tempo, a lot of clean playing the game, and then you do that shit and you're like, wait a fucking minute. And people look at you and go, wait. There are multiple angles that this has for doing combos like that, by the way. Just even with the venture into, or taking the initiative, we have multiple cards that take the initiative on ETB. Like this, enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon as well. And keep in mind, it's Lost Minds give me an infinite way of killing it. Tomb of Annihilation give me a way of doing it. Undercity give me a way of doing it. I think Dungeon of the Mad Mage is the only one that doesn't have a true infinite damage outlet. Yeah. That's the only one that doesn't have an infinite damage outlet. So all three of these dungeons do. So it's raid night. We're going in the dungeons. We're fucking murdering everything. It's a very funny deck. It's not even that expensive to make because most of this is the precon. I just need to find this fucking precon. Because there was 4 D&D ones made? Was it 4 or 5 with that one? Commander precons. For that lot of D&D cards is specifically what I'm talking about. Next page. Okay, so we have Planar Portal, Dungeons of Death, Draconic Rage, Aura of Courage. Yeah, so it was those 4. Which, ironically enough, like, 2 of these commanders are still really, really popular. This guy's extremely popular. In fact, he's played at, I think, CEDH levels. Because he's super fucking good. Prosper, Tomebound. At the beginning of your end step, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Whenever you play a card from exile, create a treasure token. So he's all about impulse drawing. And then this chick... I say chick. This lovely fucking woman that will break your fucking skull open. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast auras or enchantments from the top of your deck. When you cast an equipment spell this way, it gains when this equipment enters the battlefield attached to target creature you control, and she has vigilance herself. She is, like, Voltron Commander's wet dream. That is the point of this character, and she was one of the most, if not still one of the most famous commanders for that. Mommy, she really is, I'll be honest with you, Chief. She is big, bulky, and will fuck your shit up. I'm not gonna lie, I do want to get Tibble at some point. Oh, not Tibble, sorry, Henzi. Henzi's such a funny commander. I love this dude. Draw? Do you want me to draw them? No, I'm not drawing them. It's gonna be a long time till I get to drawing Magic the Gathering characters. I'll be honest with you, Chief. They're not very high on my radar for that. Commander Devil? There's a lot of devils in Commander. But yeah, no, Henzi's fucking amazing. I love the way they play. They're one of the commanders I really want to make one day. When given the chance. Because it's, to shorthand explain it to people, it's basically you fill your deck with creatures that cost more than 4 mana, and you just send them at the enemy. It is value dumb shit toolbox. It's so fun. Henzy's such a fucking great card. I love it so much. I get why people hate it though. I will say that very openly. Thanks, Twitch auto mod. Wait, what did Twitch auto mod hit you with? What's your ability? Counter everything with obscure Polish memes ending with Krawa. Well, let's let that through. There you go. That's fucking good. I mean, this is where it's really funny, because I've been asked by my mates a few times, like, if you were a commander, what would your stuff be? And I don't know how to answer that. Because it fully depends. Are you asking me as a person? Are you asking characters that I like, what card would I love to design that would fit my personality the most? Stuff like that. I don't know what I would answer with the best. It is fully dependent on what case scenario you put for that. If you told me, make your perfect commander card, like, that you would love playing, you'd probably play every fucking game. Oh, that'd actually be a fun one to try and do. What colors would it be? Because, like, it would be... It'd be kind of like... It'd be Grixis, but I'd probably want green in it. It'd be like Grixis and fucking Grixis and Sultai energy. It'd probably be like ultra orientated towards like doing specific things based on specific actions. So it gets very toolbox-esque. Oh, you know what it would probably be like? Now that I'm actually thinking on it more. What's that one fucking card? I know that's a really great description. And I just smacked my phone super hard just then. Was he yeah. Aragon the Uniter. It'd be along these lines, except instead of white, would probably be black. So it's like, whenever you cast a white spell, create a human. Whenever you cast a blue, scry 2. Whenever you cast a red, this deals 3 damage to target opponent. Whenever you cast a green, target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. So it'd be like this, except for black, it would probably be like, draw a card, lose 1 life. And then it would probably have a thing of if it is... Ooh. I wonder... Because I'd want some way of recursion as well. But it would probably be, like... What do I think? It'd probably have all of that, but it would be very, very on the basic side, and then it would have a thing of, like, if it is... multicolored, if you cast a multicolored spell, do something. Very creatures. I wouldn't be spawning that many orphans. Come on now. Hey Roger, how's it going? Trying to actually think what I would do. It'd probably be like red is simply just deal 1 damage to. Oh. Yeah, no, red would probably be like deal 1 damage to each opponent. Blue would probably just be scry 1 or scry 2. Black would be deal 1 like lose 1 life, gain, draw a card. And green would be, what's something that would be not too high value? I guess that could be create a creature token. Like, it could be create a 0/1, like sapling, sort of thing. And then have, if, like when you cast a multicolored spell, you get like a free victimize effect. No, that'd be way too strong. If you cast a multicolored spell, if it at least was 3 colors, you could get a victimize effect. Maybe. Or discard a card, like, no, return 2 cards from your graveyard, discard a card. No, return... Ooh. There's a couple of things I could think of for it, but something along those sorts of lines would probably be my best commander ever. Like, I want to manipulate the graveyard. That's what I'd want to do. Actually, is there a commander even in those colors? Now that I think about it. That is because I know there's when you start getting to 4 colors. Whoops. You start getting into the issue of it's mostly things. Oh, it's that dude? Yeah, I don't like this dude. This dude looks not my cup of tea. Yeah, but as you can see, it's mostly partners at this point. Yeah, none of those look exactly kind of along the lines of what I'd enjoy. Okay. Now, getting back off magic and onto what I was doing here. What did I actually originally go? What did I need to explain? Oh yeah, it was method contexting. I've done it before, but I thought I'd explain it. This is what got us onto magic, by the way. Fuck you guys. So, how does this work? This isn't I know, right? What I've done here is, in this context, I've given it a quick struct. When I'm calling this function here, I've now added this context as basically this information is available to this function. Guaranteed. Which means I can now check the name of the skill versus the name. Well, basically, I can go through the array, find the name of the skill. Like, if that skill is in that array, or not. If it is, so it's not -1, we will delete it from that array. And then after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to the equipped things. So the best way to add it is with owner dot weapons index there's a little bit too much room for error with that, actually. No, I shouldn't be having those errors at this point. I would have done, there would be security checks in place to ensure that that doesn't occur. Cool. Owner, weapon, index will be... array... find... returns the first index of the given variable. Yeah, alright. Owner dot weapons -1 equals skill. And then return skill. Yeah, that's actually an argument. I should probably remove the breaks then if I'm going to do a return, because technically break is unreachable code. I'm going to leave it for security's sake, though, for now. Because, fun little fact, in case people don't know about this, if you write return into a function, it stops the function from that point onwards. So, return is equivalent to break in this sense. So now... what we can do is this. So instead of weapon options, we do item options. And instead of weapons, we do items. I should also I do this? So I need to set the index to the variable, and then I also need to set this stuff. So, okay. What I need is, Okay, so we get the slot. Skill dot, is it index equals slot and then weapon equipped. Weapons. And then should work. Right? Because it's getting from item amount, item weapons amount, weapon amount, getting player weapons. Yeah, so it is getting the weapons from that location. Technically, I should probably have that all consistently at location. Should I not? Yeah, actually, that's probably the correct thing to do. My map builder is slowly taking form. Maybe that spaghetti is paying though. Yeah, I can see that. So, okay, what I need to instead do is this needs to be commented out. And instead, and instead get array length weapon equipped. Alright. I'm gonna be cutting out the player from holding the weapon. I'm gonna give it to the struct instead. I think that's what we need to do to make this consistent. It's gonna be such a lot of passing through information though. That's the concern. It's basically changing it from being a consistent amount of information to being like a couple of levels deeper of information, but it probably gives me more consistency long term on how a lot of this stuff will interact. So now I need to go through and change how I handle a lot of things in a lot of places. Because if we go look at the weapon... No, actually, I don't think I need to change a drastic amount. Wait. Because I hold most of the stuff internally in struct. So it should actually be fine. Ah. Have I stumbled across a good idea? Surely not. You're not a failure? Yeah. Because all I'd need to do... For example, the activate thing there is change it so we take this into account instead. do that. There we go. Finally exceeding the expectations, yeah. Interesting. So then we do it'd be other skills equipped. There we go. Hey session, yeah, I mean, I've just realized something that made my code potentially easier to manage. I'm currently going through and fixing that. As my side content to playing Age of Wonders, so I'm not talking much because I'm too focused on that one gnome who keeps running over my general, his army. Fair. Optimizing nice. Yeah, no, I'm actually a little surprised at this because I did not expect this to work like this. This actually works out really well for me once I get this all done. Admittedly, I have to go like several different ways to get this working, but this should result in an overall better experience for me making the game. It does mean data is referenced weird, and it's gonna require a little bit more work on that end to streamline that out. But like, basically to explain best what I've just done, let's just get a brand new one of these. So I actually want to explain this because this is interesting. So I have a leveling struct, right? So what is held here is information on what can turn up in your levels, what you've got equipped, and basically everything around leveling, right? It's information around this sort of stuff. The thing is, player, or the O player specifically, also had what was equipped. Because this is what was running the events, right? Instead, what I've done is I've just moved this over to only being at this location. Which should mean that, like, it is basically, I have to reference player, then reference the struct every time I want the information. But it means that while leveling up, the struct doesn't have to basically output from what can turn up to the equipped stuff here, and then the equipped stuff to here every single time. And then every time I level up something that's already equipped, it has to, again, then export to this and then import back in. That's how the system was moving before. This should just mean higher reference requirement, but less overall weird referencing. Should mean that it's a lot more streamlined. Theoretically as well, because I'm referencing into a struct in the object, the weighting of the process shouldn't be much more than it was before. That's the concern that I had looking at it. So this should clean out a lot quicker by comparison. So what I'm gonna have to do I'm gonna have to rip this out. This is gonna get really weird. I have to do this as reference now. So, what we're gonna have to do is... Gonna do this. Tab this in. Bring that down. So that should make that easier. And then... skill equals... and then I need to go... Oh god, I'm trying to remember what everything is. Skill get status. So I need to pass through the skill. The super type of the skill. Which arguably I shouldn't have to, because I can just pull the super type from that. So we'll just pass through that and owner. As an example. Okay, so let's remove super type there. And instead we have skill dot super type. That's written inside the thing, right? No, it's just one thing like that? Okay. Don't even do thing differently. Weird. So, again, the weakness this process will have is that it requires more reference, but it requires but the information is in one location. And that should make things easier to track. For me. On my end. There we go. That should speed up a lot of the process. The development side. Right? Yeah. I shouldn't even need to check the super type actually on this end. Why am I checking the super type? Oh. Yeah, I'll sort that out later. There's something that just came to mind, but it'll be fine. Okay, and then... other skills equipped. Already declared. No, it's not, you fucking little shit. Don't try that shit with me, programming. You think you're complaining about something, it's not actually there. Ugh. That's why I kind of don't like working with switch statements, I'm gonna be honest. To explain why I'm getting some squiggly lines. So, the break one's one that makes a lot of sense, because I'm basically forcing a return. I'm doing a return, which should end the code. Then I'm doing a break afterwards. It should never reach this break. This one, though, is it being dumb. And I'm upset by this. There is both a return and a break here, meaning the code from here cannot transfer to here. Yet it is trying to tell me that this here is the pre-declaration of this. If I remove this var here, which is what it's trying to tell me to do this, right? If I do that, it will throw an error saying that it's not pre-declared. It's dumb. It's telling me it's pre-declared, but I know it's fucking not. Welcome to programming, everybody. Don't listen to what your fucking IDE says all the time. Look at it, interpret it, figure it out. Ugh. Alright. I think that was a solid good chunk of work there, quickly. Oh, I just got an important thing. Okay. I need to read this text message I just received. 23rd of September. When is that? That is Tuesday. Not next week, week after. Okay. Should be fine. Should be fine. Alright. There we go. Anyway. Okay. So now, what I want to be doing long term is no longer doing what I did the staff. Yeah. Where do I set up weapons? Because I need that to stop being a weird array like I've got currently. Let's play stats convert. We don't want play function then, or player function. We want, it'd probably be character setting then? Yeah, here. Realistically, I probably don't even need these. I can probably cancel this out. Go to the player code. For now, I'm gonna leave it as is. So we'll... Okay. Cancel this here. Shouldn't need this. Shouldn't need this. Shouldn't need that. Shouldn't need those. Do that for now. And then we go back to the player code. What I'm gonna change now is this will be so the God, this is gonna get weird. Array, push, equipped, and then we're going to need, player leveling core. Skill, status, get, weapons. No. It's not player level core like that. It's, we need leveling core. We need skill level. There we go. So, skill... level. So I shouldn't actually need that at all. I can remove all of that. And that should work? Why is this wrong? Because it's considering weapons an array? There should be nowhere that weapon is an array anymore. Hey there? Without the question mark? What do you mean? I thought the question mark was super important. Huh? Huh? That's a reference that I can't do it quite right because my mouth's not wanting to contort that way, but you know. Incredible. Hi, Sweeb? Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be the hardest part about the weapons change. So I need to get the level up handler. Go back to UI. There you are. And we look for weapon equip. This is what I meant by, like, the levels of referencing are going to increase. Okay. Alright. Okay, where was I? Raising question marks and exclamation marks? What is the old man working on? I don't know. Hey, Malith, what are you working on? Honestly, instead of hi, there should be, saying hi there? Yeah. I'm working on the leveling up thing, and I'm currently having a fucking aneurysm. Because I'm having to change a bunch of stuff, and I'm not sure how I want to approach it better. Is less than or equal to... No, it'd be less than... And that. There we go. Oh, man can't read? No, I can read. Fuck you. Okay, skill level. So this will be abilities. This will have to be a thing. Self. And then we'll come back to that later. How much of this is gonna break? Malith is gay? I do have a funny thing from yesterday. One of my friends came around. Well, more Noxie and Snaker's friend. I'm also on very good terms with them. They're very, very awesome person. And they were doing those two's here. And apparently they got on the discussion of why, like, he would... Because this is the lovely, the famous, the gay gypsy of the group, the friend group. And he's awesome, by the way. He really is. And he self-proclaimed for that sort of stuff, right? It's fucking... Oh, my God. It was real funny, because they got on a discussion of why he would never go out with either of them. And it's like... Snakers doesn't have enough boob. Noxie's a girl. And then I'm sitting there having a moment going, wait a minute. And he just looks me dead in the eyes and goes, if I wasn't already in a relationship, boy. And I'm like, oh. And he goes, but in serious, you're actually quite good looking. And I'm just like, I'm going to write that for the rest of the week. That's the positive energy for my week. That's how you get a fucking compliment, and you're like, as a guy, you're like, that shit can get written on my gravestone. Hell yeah. It was great as well when he was leaving. He basically said, better protect those boobs. And I'm like, oh. A compliment is a compliment. I mean, he's not a bad looking guy himself. I'll say that. Okay, I'm going to attempt this. I expect to crash along the way, but I want to see where. Oh boy, is my computer loving whatever I'm doing right now. Didn't we compliment you last time? True. Y'all are very positive to me, which I don't deserve sometimes. You're quite good looking without glasses. I think glasses round out most of my face. Like, I think that's an important part. Okay, I'm gonna run this in debug mode because I think I know what caused an error there, but I want to see exactly which variable it was. Don't you fucking dare say you don't deserve it. Okay, sure. Sure, I'll accept the compliments then, begrudgingly. Berating for self-deprecation. I mean, that's like a national pastime here in New Zealand. You gotta give me some room to work with. Holy shit, my entire PC is miserably dying right now. Okay, we have the error, so I want to see exactly what's happening. variable index. Is it equipment? Item equipment. Okay, let me see variables. Player ID. Player leveling code. Item equipped. Yeah, that would probably do it. Come on, PC. I believe in you to shut down the game. There we go. Right? Hey. Send a message. What messages am I receiving? God damn it. If room equals RM test play. Now I'm gonna move all of that there. There we go. Should hopefully resolve some of that crash. Hopefully. There's a couple of things I might still need to handle though. Okay, looks like we're there. We're in the game. Cool. And crash. Damn it. I'm an idiot. There we go. That should resolve that issue. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's not the error I was expecting. I'm mildly surprised. That was an unrelated error. You could say I was pleasantly surprised. Check if PC is still on fire. Yeah, it kind of looks it. Yeah, when are we doing a fundraiser for the fucking PC thing? Actually, I'm gonna ask this loosely, right? pure and simply hypothetical. What form of suffering would I need to inflict upon myself to get y'all to spend money towards just forgetting a PC? What suffering would you love to inflict upon me, but you'd be like, best to do it behind money? I'm not saying again, this is me not saying I want money, I'm saying I want to give you value. And I'm trying to think of ways to do that. Because I really should fucking sort this PC shit out. Or spend money on you? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm very... Y'all have already been more than generous to me in the time we've been hanging around on these streams. So, I don't want to ask more, I'm just asking if there is something like that. When I joined, it was like 15%, so we've improved since then. Yeah, I mean, like, again, we've hit 50% over a fucking year, basically. Which is quite huge when you think about it. That's... Again, while a good chunk of it's out of pocket for me as well, it's a lot of people donating to pretty much get me all the way to about over 2,500, right? Otherwise, if I were to pay to see you suffer... It's just a thought as well. Again, like, I don't... There's a part of my brain that's like, I will pose the question, I'm not saying anything beyond that, because if I say anything beyond that, it feels dirtbaggy, right? It depends more on how much spare money I have this month. I find myself more inclined to spend money when I appreciate something the streamer do. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Because, like, one of the things that, one of the content creators I know, he does, like, subathons to fundraise for a thing, right? Like, I think one of the last ones he did recently was he was to do it to get a program. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Because, like, a subathon is an event where people can participate in it, causing undue suffering potentially at certain checkpoints and stuff to help fund something. But also, at the end of the day, like, I would feel wrong, personally, for doing some of that sort of stuff. I would pay you to see you playing Magic the Gathering against a person that barely understands it and play, like, they've... Yu-Gi-Oh! You can't correct them on the rules? Oh, God, that would actually... Okay, can I stress, there is one of, the people in the Boys Night friend group that we have here, which me and Snakers sit there every time we're playing with him, and it's just like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, it's literally what the words say. Right? Like, that's the thing that pisses me off so much. It's like, on attack trigger. This is a debate we had the other week. What is an on attack trigger in Magic? And he's like, oh, well, I assume that's when you're, like, the actual attacking's happening. It's like, no, it's when you declare it as an attacker. Because it's now in the state of attacking. Like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. How does, when this creature attacks, not when it's about to attack? The fuck do you mean that doesn't make sense? Ugh. It's shit like that constantly where it's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's exactly how that should work. What do you... It's... It counts as suffering harassment? OnlyFans? God, no. Or you wearing a fucking programmer socks? Dude, I stand by, if it's like... If it's dead winter time, I would consider that more. It's slowly starting to get warmer weather now, though. I say that today's fucking freezing cold. But, like... We're getting slowly out of the weather. The programmer socks joke could probably be easily done and me not suffer miserably through the stream. Also, you would get to see very quickly how, like, fucking toned my legs are. It's like one of the things I've got going for me. My body is, like, fucked up in a lot of ways. My legs are amazing. Slowly getting colder. Well, yeah, surprisingly enough, right? When I'm on the bottom side of the globe, I'm the opposite to you. So it's starting to get warmer. Because I'm about to go into summer. Because summer is how I end the year. And by the way, I want to stress, when summertime hits... Truly, you need to understand, when summertime hits here, I am going to be miserable. Because I'm going to wake up even earlier consistently, and I'm going to have a harder time getting to sleep. I hate the heat. I hate humidity. Oh man, it's tempting me again. Out of context, that quote. Ma! The old man's tempting me again! The weird-looking old man's coming and he's just standing there. Should I call the fucking police? God damn it. God fucking damn it. There's a weird looking cat. You're wording it like we're not already thirsting for your juicy thighs. True. Interesting, so that's now fucked up. Why is this fucked up? I gotta figure that one out now. That's the worst part. That is an error that's now needing to be fixed that I have no fucking idea how it got there. Those are the worst experiences of that shit, man. Spray myself with water in these moments. Boy, have I had moments like that from time to time. Preferably holy water. You sure you don't want... Actually, you know what I could do? I just realized I could do this. Because I have the power. What if I make that Mokoko have a little bit of sweat on her? Why am I thinking like this? How fucking depraved have I become? God, I'm... That also music's over. God damn it. Let's listen to Exposition 33. Fuck it. I've never listened to their music. I've unconsciously sent in 5 yes messages. Hell yeah. Do it. I'll consider it. I mean, she's in the hot, like... There. And more Baldur's Gate 3 music. Well, I mean, then we ran out of the OST. I'm sorry. Maybe even Shake. Dude, I mean, to be fair, the next piece I want to do with Mokoko is going to be lewd. Oh, that's... okay. Y'all have already expressed a little bit of an opinion towards you'd like to see Fuwawa done as well. But, like, realize at this point in time, doing Fuwawa delays doing an actual lewd Mokoko. How fast can you ludify a perfectly normal Mokoko? Oh, I could do it pretty fucking quickly. It would be add a little bit of blush, add a little bit of sweat to a couple of locations, make it look like her pants are a bit looser at the top. Make maybe one of the nipples a little bit more apparent, because you can only probably see one. That would very quickly change the visual style of that piece. Probably also put a bit more of an accentuation on the, in between the thighs gap. Because at the moment it's actually a fairly, like, simple linear one, whereas, because I tend to not do over-the-top thigh gapping, which fucking hentai artists do all the fucking time. Can you... I don't want to be a porn artist that made a game said metal like a week or two ago. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, huh? Yeah. Yeah. When am I doing a fucking, like, full-fledged hentai game, I guess, at this point? Why is the 7th image of food? Why wouldn't it be? What do you mean? Dude, chicks with dicks, man. Tale as old as time. Like, I'll have you know, as... God, there's no way I'm getting out of this one, huh? Oh. You know when you have something to say that you know is so outlandish and so dumb that you actually have a hard time getting it out? That's what I'm having right now. I'll have you know, as someone that's bi... That shit good. Alright, oh, God. Alright. Yeah. I'm actively considering if I'm not bi. I mean, okay, real moment. You might not like to hear this. Everyone's bi to an extent. Right? Let's be honest. It's just to what degree and how willing you are to accept your own bi-ness. I fully accept I can look at both bodies and be like, damn, that can be pretty decent. Admittedly, I'm also not attracted to that stuff as much, but hey. I don't really want to draw not safe for work things, but I would make a not safe for work game anytime. That looks like easy money. If we... I can't believe I'm about to ask this question. If I was to potentially work on a not safe for work game, what would y'all be interested in seeing me kind of produce? How would you want to sort of see it approach? Do you want to see visual novel? Or do you want to see something different? Would you like to see a mini game? Do you do you want to see Hoonie Pop all over again, but in a different way? Oh, getting the voice actors would be the hardest part, though. I'll be honest as possible, I don't know. Fair. Would I like to work on a hentai game? I think the problem I have with working on a hentai game, and I'm gonna actually like speak to this honestly. I don't think currently my skill is at a point that's adequate to, and I would not do it myself. I would 100%, if I was requested to work on a team or something like that, I would do it in a heartbeat. Especially if I get to do VA work. However, otherwise, I don't know. Like, I stand by, if someone wants me to do voices for a project, it would not be hard to convince me to do it. Regardless of what it is, really. As long as it's not actually, like, fucked up, I would do it. You asked me to do a voice in a hentai thing, I would be more than down. But I'd also like to voice in other games, potentially. Send DM. Okay, I'll open squares. Bro, I wouldn't mind using AI for art. Yeah, but again, I'll always stand by. I'm gonna refrain from ever using AI art outside of art that's trained off my own stuff. And only my stuff. Damn, that's a nice Narissa piece. I'm gonna use that as a reference for later. I mean, what? Can you voice a creaking door? No, that's not quite right. It's hard to do with my mouth fucking slightly thinged up. Something along those sorts of lines. I played so many hentai games that use AI, it sucks. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is it's one of... As said earlier, like, it's a lucrative business model because you can just pump out shitty quality and redo it over and over again. And, again, the general consumer isn't smart enough nor cares enough. A lot of people don't like that, but that's just the case. However, we are moving into an era where that understanding is becoming a little bit better. A bird? A frog? Wait, you want me to try and do a fucking frog? I don't think I can do a frog with my mouth the way it is at the moment. Bird's hard. Because that's a lot of whistle orientated, and I suck at that. Oh, you heard that like a bird or a frog? What the... I could kind of see the frog argument a little bit. Bird one, not so much, but hey. I mean, I used to be able to do some Foley art with voice. I used to be able to do the old, like... See if I can still do it. Nah, I can't quite. I need to lubricate my lips a bit more. Nah, I can't do it. Not while my fucking cheek is swollen. Sorry. I was gonna try and do the, like, the drop noise. The water droplet. I used to be able to do it. I haven't done it in fucking ages. Voice a turning signal? Oh, that's just the fucking... Something like that, right? Malice sucking you to sleep. I mean, what? God damn it, that should not be my immediate response. There you go. Let everyone have a moment thinking on that one. I knew it'd be your first response. Look, just because I'm good at it doesn't mean... By the way, why the fuck do you default to hentai when you're doing the turning signal? What do you mean fucking turning signal hentai? I don't think that sounds hentai. Now it sounds more normal. Sure. Do you want that kind of turning signal? Oh, shit. Less than 4 hours of sleep? Jesus. That's rough. To be fair, yeah. Nah, that's fair to be loopy at that point. More than fair. Fuck that shit. Dude, this is one of those things that I can't understand how people I know function sometimes. Is like, I know people that at my age or older go to bed at like 2 in the morning and wake up for a fucking 9 till 5 shift of work. And they do that like every day. And I'm like, motherfucker, how? You are just clearly built fucking different than I. That's 6 out of 7. Jesus. You agree with corn? Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, at this point in time, that's pretty much every stream, apparently. I am slowly slipping down the slippery, wet slope that is becoming a lewd tuber. The very slippery and very wet slope. God damn it. I swear I'm an innocent man. Apologies for I'm actively pulling you down. I mean, I was always there. Look, I stand by as well. I am far more well-behaved on stream than I am with, like, very close friends. How Devil can actually attribute to this, right? Is me talking off stream, I get way more casual and make way more stupid jokes than I do on stream. I actively make an effort to be informative while on stream, but I'm not against making some humor. Whereas off stream, I try and actively not be like fucking teacher energy. Which I very easily can slip into, as we can tell right the fuck now. Confirm? Yeah. Like, it's... I am much more belligerent off stream. I am fairly well behaved, I feel, on stream. I mean, okay, real talk, if I was to be a lewd tuber, I'd need a fucking lewd model, though. We're currently not there. That's how we can say we've not fallen fully into depravity yet, is we don't have a lewd model. Which is good, because we're not going to get a fucking custom model either until I draw one, or somehow, like, fucking half, like, $5,000 falls in my fucking lap. Just turn on the webcam. I mean, what? Yeah. Ironically enough, I'd probably be less lewd if I turned on the webcam. That's actually something that being a VTuber has done to my brain, is I'm less reserved on stream by comparison to what I was before. And there's an argument to be made that's just because I've had more interaction and I've had more experience with streaming since then, but like, I actually would argue that the VTuber has enabled it better. I don't think I'd ever go back to, you're safe under this fake cardboard cutout. Exactly. I don't think I'd ever actually go back to streaming with a webcam as the primary. I'm not against using webcam, I just don't think it would ever be the primary thing anymore. Like, if, for example, because I know Max wants to play through, like, Cult of the Lamb over a weekend at some point. If we did that, I'd be a little bit more inclined to put a webcam up and just show us fucking sitting there playing it as a little side part to it all. Instead of having to try and set up a weird fucking VTuber model shittery. Because I had enough, like, pissed offness with that when I was moving. And I had to set up some really janky setup for that. For the last day. So, yeah. No, I think I'd change it a fair bit. With that. But, like, that's that specific scenario. God, I just realized that, like, if I'm not careful, I'll just end up as the male version of Kason, and that doesn't even sound bad to me. She is way more hot and way more flexible than I'll ever be, though. What a beautiful woman. Hot, yeah. No, Kason is amazing. I'll never be able to not think about how awesome she is. Wait, what? Why did I do... Huh. When did I change that? Interesting. Okay, that fixed that. So anyways, game dev, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, while we've been talking about this stuff, I've been thinking about issues, and I've been thinking about order of operations of what I should be doing. I was like, well, we have a crash that I should probably resolve. I'm just surprised that that's an error. He's multitasking? I know, right? Imagine. He's beginning to believe. Okay, and then... let's see. Let's make a quick var temp here. equals weapons. Weapon equip. He has a crush. Wait, you telling me you don't have a crush on Kaeson? The fuck? How can you not have a crush on Kaeson? Like, real... Have you seen how beautiful that woman is? I'll crush the end of days on that kind of person. Like, she's awesome. Both personality and, like, everything. You telling me you don't crush on Kaeson? Dude, she's one of like the most, one of probably the VTubers out of all of them that I would argue inspires the way I do my content the most. Real talk. Just got a little jealous you don't have a crush for me, what the fuck? Damn, the parasocial coming. Find her hot, but it's not really a crush. I think she is a brilliant, brilliant person. It's kind of a celebrity crush, is how I would describe it, right? So I don't actually intend to be with her, but like, goddamn, she is incredible. She's got a hell of a great personality, she does some amazing stuff, and she inspires me to do some of the stuff, right? No one here is parasocial, yeah. Exactly, no one's ever parasocial here. It's kind of, I guess, in a sense, I would consider her a celebrity crush, whereas by comparison, I would consider, like, Iron Mouse a professional crush, if that makes sense. Like, I love how she does everything, and she is someone that inspires me to be better. Kaeson is someone that inspires me as a person on how I want to handle a couple of things. Like, what Iron Mouse inspires me is to move forward. What Kaeson inspires me with is how to do a couple of things in, specifically. Just because I think she's a phenomenal person, I think she does great stuff. I don't know, it's again, it's that mixing of the word, I guess, inspiration and crush kind of come very close in my eyes. Which kind of says a lot about how I look at people, right? I don't give a shit what you really look like at the end of the day. It's, I care about the time I spend with you and if that's fun or not. I don't have a better way to describe it, I don't think. That's a weird element of my brain, I guess, when I think on it more. It's not a great way to differentiate that sort of stuff. Something I noticed when I was a lot younger, even, was how characters that I'm attracted to them are ones that I'm like, I want to be more like them. And there's kind of an element of that together. Whereas I found like an actual healthy relationship would not be someone that I would want to be like or aspire to be, because I don't think that would ever work well for you long term in your life. I think you want a relationship where each other supports the other, and you have enough similarity to have enjoyment with day-to-day life. That, I think, is more important. At least experience-wise. I'm probably not the right person to comment on that. Yeah. Hmm. It is something that's really weird to think on more. To be fair, I think to an extent a lot of people have that, because like I look at some characters that have general crushes on, and some of them are just like, oh no, they're a specific style that turned up a lot. And I think it's because a lot of people aspired to be someone as cool or as something like them. What I can think of immediately is like Shiego. It's not actually how her name's said. God damn it, Armor. Shigo. The meme has permeated my brain. Shigo, Raven, like those sorts of characters come up a lot when you look at like childhood crushes from my age bracket and below. I feel for like a good few years. Like basically, if you're like in your 20s, 30s, I feel like that's the kind of stuff I expect you to probably have crushed on. Or like 25 up, I guess. Maybe a little earlier, I'm not sure. But that's the stuff that I'd expect to hear a lot of the time. And I think it's just because we like cool, hot girls that kind of were strong and all that. I think that's... For me, that never changed, and how, like, that never stopped being how it mixed. I love how I'm just sitting here analyzing my own way of liking people. Again, friends at the end of the day for me are like, they're probably a more important relationship than anything. Because it's you hang out with them, you choose to spend time with them, and at the end of the day, like, they're, especially your best of friends, are there for you when you need them. Like, I try and be there for people that need me, and vice versa. I assume that some people are there for when I need them. Admittedly, terrible for reaching out for that, but... I don't know. Let's see if this works. It did not work. Why did it not work? Oh, it's because I think I've got weapon all instead of this, what I'm doing here. Let's see if this works. But yeah, I guess this is when I'd ask the question based on that conversation though. What is y'all's, like, celebrity crush? You have them? Surely you've got to have someone that you're, like, got the hots for in some capacity. Just works. Don't think I've ever had one, actually. Really? Never had someone that's like a celebrity that you've had the hots for. Actor, actress, anything like that. Or, I guess in this sense, character. Really? No, not character, really. Celebrity crush doesn't apply to that. I did, but I'll not say shit. That's fair. I guess, like, nowadays it does include fucking, like, the people behind the screens as well with, like, YouTube content creators. Right? As a kid, I never watched live action stuff, really. Never looked up to celebrities. I mean, I don't look up to celebrities. They're almost... The vast majority of, like, Hollywood celebrities are not pleasant people. But, like, yeah, nowadays, I guess you do include, like, a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer into the argument. Because they are considered celebrities. Fuck, Mr. Beast has made it into the next Tron movie. If you haven't seen that already, which, good lord. The fact that you never know people are IRL always stopped me from that, even as a kid. So, as a kid, I learned that difference between what's on camera and what's the person, and the multifaceted nature of that sort of stuff. So yeah, I tended to crush after characters a lot. I didn't tend to crush after celebrities. However, David Tennant's up there. David Tennant will always be like one of my main celebrity crushes. Except for you, of course. Ah, yeah. But yeah, no, David Tennant's 100% a celebrity crush that I'll probably never be able to drop. I thought he was a very handsome man, and I think he's a really awesome person. Other than that, not really much else I can think of. Yeah, most of the time it's just characters when I was younger. Yeah. Huh. Okay, well, what's a character crush y'all had then when you were younger? Surely y'all can answer that. What's a character that you're like, yes? Admired people who extra mile to help others, do charity events, stuff like that when it counts. Yeah. Like I said before, entrepreneurship is... It's doing that so you can get away with doing other things. Elaborate on the word character. Raven from Teen Titans. Yeah, Raven from Teen Titans. How do you elaborate on the word character? I mean, theoretically a fictional character. Probably from a cartoon, an anime, from a TV show, stuff like that. Like a character, a written individual from that. Is that, how would you describe? I mean, you could even have a crush from a book. I ain't gonna wait, I had some of those as well. That's where I go back to like Shigo, Raven, like those sorts of characters with very common responses I hear. From like mid-earlies 20-year-olds upwards, I hear that often. I can't speak to much younger than that because I don't know. I just don't know. Even with characters, never really been down bad, but I had to say Hitagi. Oh, yeah, Senjo Gahara. Senjo Gahara from Monogatari is definitely yeah, I can see that. She is a character and a half. I'll give you that. To be fair, Monogatari has an interesting cast. Very interesting cast of characters. Anything you lying? Can't think of anything. Oh, I mean, we're also asking, like, ones that you had. I'm not expecting anyone to remember anything right now. It's a loose question. Like, there's characters I know I'm forgetting that, like, are on my list. I mean, I could talk about how, like, when I was really young, I had a crush on Angel from Buffy. As I got older, I had a greater crush on Spike from Buffy. I always had a crush on Willow from Buffy, actually. She was always quite up there for me. But then I realized in the later seasons I didn't have a chance because she didn't like guys. else I can think of. I don't think anything younger than that, really. Oh, I had a couple of crushes in, like, Babylon 5, I think. 1 or 2. Can't remember who. I think Delenn, but that's just because Delenn's a fucking badass. Oh, if we're talking Battlestar Galactica, good God, how could I not love Starbuck? I'd be down for Shinobu if she wasn't. Yeah, if she wasn't in her lolly mode, more of her like, Oh, I'm not even gonna try and remember the full name. I think it's just Kiss Death, Shot or something like that is the shorthand of it, right? Like that form? Yeah, that's fair. Depends on the form. Yeah, like that's the thing is, just as a reminder, I'm not going to say this justifies things, but Monogatari's explanation for the visual aspect of characters like Shinobu is age determines power in that universe. Yeah, Kiss Shot, Astro, I think it's like Kiss Shot Hard or something like that. It's the shorthand though. For the thing. But I don't find characters or anyone for the record attractive. But I do find them sexually appealing. Fair. Everyone there on. Of course I remember that. Dude, I can't remember that shit. It's way too long for me to remember. I have literally... I do actually have a figure of her. Well, a thing that I bought in Japan. It's her and Homura, like, Demon Lord Homura, outfit swaps. So, imagine Killshot in Demon Lord Homura from, Madoka Magica. In that style of outfit. It is. Oh. I have the two of them. I actually have... So it's Homura Akemi in Shinobu's outfit, and then Killshot in Homura's Demon Lord outfit. Then I also have a little two-piece thing with Madoka in her goddess form and Homura in her Demon Lord form lying together in like a thing that you put together. I have those literally behind me. I also have a Madoka just figure. If you can tell, I like Magical Girl. If that wasn't obvious from conversations I've had in the past. Man, I really do love Magical Girl the more I think about that. It was great as well, because the lying down figures, I specifically chose the Madoka with her eyes open and the Homura with her eyes closed one, because it makes it like it is very much that third movie kind of energy. Where it's like Homura's really happy and it's being the devil for her, whereas Madoka's like, this is probably not okay. Something's wrong here. I do love that series is literally just like the most Yuri series you can get with it, though. It's great. Speaking of that timing. Hey, yo, Yuki. How's it going? Hey. Don't worry, I was talking about Madoka Magica and how that series is all over the place. Gotta love Madoka Magica. Good series. Very messed up. Very messed up. Good times, though. Good times. It's been a hot minute since I watched anything towards it. Because it was the one series for it, right? But yes, hey Raiders, how's it going? I need to look at the. It's because it was the base. Yeah, it was based on the gacha game. I need to look at that. What is Bat Person doing there? What? Oh, the background. Yeah, my background to my thing is just that. It's made by Pink Devil ages ago. I still love it. It's just very funny. Bad question mark. One of these days I will change my background image. We're gonna do like a competition for that. Figure out what we want to do for it. It'd be funny. Made it like 9 or so months ago. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad this is working now, though. So, just as a double check, this should be functioning, so then we can add the actual levels to stuff, which will be good. Be very good. Alright, where is it? There we go. And then force the level. And now when we level up, nothing turns up because there's should be no options available. Which is the important thing. Make it this. What is this? You can't just say make it this. Competition. I mean, we'd probably do competition energy, right? Put it forward and everyone for a vote. Right? That's the way to do it. Or everyone comes forward with their idea and then we vote on what's the dumbest thing we could make it. That's a good way of doing it. I also love, right, that I'm sure on Twitch, for example, I'm probably one of the few people in people's followings that's not playing Silksong right now. And I find that really entertaining. It's just everyone's playing it, and it looks... I'm glad everyone's enjoying it, though. I have heard a couple of bugs and issues, but, like, that's not to be surprised, I'll be honest. I'm actually upset at some of the weird negativity that the game's been getting. It reminds me a lot of, like, Elden Ring's negativity. Right? Is that, like, people came into that game and were like, what is this game style? I don't like this game style. It's like, yeah, this is a very established game style. You could have probably looked it up before getting the game. You and Saku? Yeah. The safe havens. To be fair, again, great games. I want a blind experience. That's fair. The biggest bad thing about Silksong is the bad China translation. Oh, is there a translation issue? Bugs in the game. Isn't that like half the point of it? You're supposed to fight them? No, I don't know about the Chinese translation though. Is there? I might need to look into that actually. Only one co-worker, the other plays Metal Gear. Oh yeah, wasn't there a remake or something for Metal Gear that came out recently? Like less than a month ago? I want to say. I think I remember something like that. Someone's saying it's 2025 and you're making 1990 art game, bro. I don't bother answering that. Yeah, like when I see complaints like that, it's just like don't engage with it. It's not worth your time. When people are the China dialogue looks like a kid trying to be a poet in a poor dialect. Oh, okay. I mean, it was probably, my assumption would be it was handed off to someone. And it just didn't. It's hard to double check that stuff if you're not a native speaker, right? That's sad to hear. Snake Eater, I think. Sounds right. Could probably look it up very easily. So I think it would be on Steam. They had a smaller translation team. Okay, so it's one of those things that they'll work on it as time goes on. Yeah, Snake Eater, this. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Remake of Metal Gear 3. Okay. Chinese dog law is one. Either one localizer broke NDA all over, two Shakespearean level of cringe. That's actually upsetting with the NDA stuff as well. It's like, when it's a game of that higher profile, you'd think people would like pull their head in and go, hey, let's make this a great experience for everyone. I mean, I'm actually surprised by how little I have seen about the content of the game outside of general, very vague reviews. And, like, meme jokes where it's like, like, X-Boss is a pain in the ass to beat. Like, I've heard people complaining about the difficulty, but not negatively. I've been hearing a lot of general positivity towards the game. I've not heard a lot of the content of the game, and I gotta give a lot of credit to the community for that. It's like, that's genuinely surprising. On the first game, they had 5 people translating. On Silksong, there were 3. Okay, so that probably impacts it quite a bit. My assumption is that, like, they'll probably be able to fix that in about a month's time, right? Found this info on LinkedIn of all places. I mean, that kind of makes sense, actually, that it's LinkedIn. What the fuck is this noise? This song is very strange. I'm sure it has a lot more meaning if I knew anything about the game. I mean, yeah, I'm upset to hear that there was India issues. The NDAs are a difficult thing. I've already talked ad nauseum about them in the past, but it's just like, you'd feel, especially with like a passion project environment, people would be a lot better at pulling their head in about that. I don't know. I'm glad that a lot of people have been enjoying the game. Like, I genuinely, I gotta stress that, because I know people are going to think I'm bullshitting with that because I have said how much I don't intend to play the game, because that style of game is not for me. And that's not me saying I think that style of game is bad, that's me saying I'm not a platformer, a 2D platformer kind of person. I will gladly wait for a playthrough to be finished, and then I will just binge watch it. That is how I'm going to approach it. It's always how I approach those games. And I massively enjoy that sort of stuff. Like, that's what I did with Celeste. I would never play Celeste. Watching it was awesome. I think it's an amazing, amazing game. You can appreciate things from far away. Yeah, like, I can appreciate things that I can appreciate something that I may not like, but understand why it's enjoyed, right? Mario and Roblox. Yeah, Roblox is one that I think, under most case scenarios, I'm not quite happy with how they handle a lot of things. How a lot of things are handled on that end. However, if you got me and a group of people together in like a pleasant enough atmosphere to play some Roblox games, I'd probably play Roblox. Mario games I've played only cooperatively. I've never played solo. Or I was extremely bored and I played a little bit of one. Always how I play those sorts of games. I love playing games like that with friends. I think that's something I understood even when I was a kid, was going over to friends' places to play on console. Like, I enjoy playing games like that the most. The amount of times I'd love to go over to a friend and it's like, oh, you've got a PlayStation or an Xbox or a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox 360. It was amazing times. The amount of times I got to play like great games that way, and that's how I enjoyed them. I think I've enjoyed single player a lot more as I got older. I think I enjoyed co-op more when I was younger. And like when I was in teenage years, I liked competitive games a lot more because I wanted to feel better. I will not deny I had the competitive streak of going, I wanna be the best gamer. Oh, hey, Myriad Minds, and hello, Raiders. Hope all's going well. The translator who broke his NDA. Damn. That would be a hysterical way of doing that. But yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, everyone has their different ways of enjoying games, is the important thing. The balls are bouncing. Hell yeah. I love that emote. That's actually so good. But yes, welcome Raiders. Hope you're doing good. Hope you can take a nice relaxing break. Get some water potentially. All that. You came in a discussion where we were talking about silly, all sorts of stuff. How's it going? Having a game dev stream? Yeah, we're doing some game dev, where I am progressively getting there with this game. We worked on leveling up today, and I'm gonna probably get some other stuff. I need to get some actual, like, of the more core stuff, things that... I need the things that are leveling up to actually be done correctly. I've got all the stuff for leveling things up done now. So Song is a nice case study because China is 52% positive, but if you look at the store, only look your relevant positive rank. Interesting. Working on an extra redeem where it has some balls bouncing on the screen like a DVD look. Oh, that sounds so good. Gotta give an award when it actually hits the corner though, right? Makes a celebration noise. You think you actually do game dev? Yeah. I like to think I do it from time to time. Alright, let's actually start writing up what this thing upgrades with correctly. I just need to remember how to do the stats. So let's look at what the stats were originally. So I know what changes. Everyone keeps mentioning in the corner, it's the most important part of the DVD logo. It's a bit difficult given that they have a random spawn position and direction. I mean, that's the point. They'll never hit the corner. It's a cute character. It is, so this is, to those that are new and might not know, this is a game celebrating VTubers. And it has a bunch of... It's a fan game, so take that as you will. It has a bunch of VTubers from all over the place that are involved... that are characters in this. Very much Vampire Survivors-like. The old version of the game that is currently getting massively overhauled to what we've got now is probably a better showcase of what we've actually got in it. They both hit opposite corners. If they hit a corner, you should make it so they duplicate. That would be hysterical. It's the only case scenario where there's additional balls that turn up. And it just gets more, like, obscene. That would be a nightmare. Don't do that. I cannot recommend that. Alright, launching the game and watching as my PC grinds to a halt. So this is the old game. This is what's currently, well, pretty much this is the last version that I updated with on the itch page. And what we're recoding from the ground up, because it got very bad. This is, we've got all these characters. I'd hope that some of them are recognizable. It's definitely part of the aim to celebrate some of the best of the lot. So we have Iron Mouse as the character we use default players here. We've got good old Matara, for example, and they all have their own individual kits. I did raid and dip, but I gotta go do decompressing on stream. Hope you have a good stream though. No, all good. Take a good break. And that's sweet as. No, thank you very much though for stopping by. Hope you have a good one. But yeah, got Aura as well. So again, like all of these, theoretically they do unique things. Unique weapon, unique item, unique abilities, somewhat. Yeah, point at the recognized one, yeah. And in case someone's wondering as well, especially on like the screen, all of the assets you're seeing are done by myself. I'm not a great artist, which is why some of it looks pretty jank. But, is what it is. Let's look, those fun mechanics. Dude, I mean, this one here is exactly why we have to restructure stuff. Trying to read that is still a nightmare. And I cannot tell you how I do not think this would be possible to minimize what you are seeing here. I actually do not think I could reduce the words by a substantial enough margin to make that readable. I think that's the worst. No, Mary's is the worst one, isn't it? No, Mary's isn't the worst one. It is actually that one. We tried, we really tried. It was, yeah, no, we tried a lot with that one, but it just didn't work out. UI is the bane of game dev. It really is. It's the problem of having such, like, intense mechanics for a, like, an idea. Because the simple answer is, how the weapon works is it deals damage in an area based on which modes it's in. Whether it's the circle around you or if it's the little bite mark. And on a normal character, it just swaps between these. If it's on Fuamoko, it sticks to the one that's on them and the other one casts the other one. And it gains a benefit while it's on them. Made him scrap 2 weeks of work on the UI because I had an idea randomly. To be fair, the idea was great. So don't, like, make it sound anything grander than that. Man, I miss playing this game from time to time, just the old version of it, where everything's kind of functioning perfectly fine. Individuals. Actually not much of a point of swapping to Makoko this early until I have that. Yeah. Now I have their ability. Their non-passive ability. Which means I get the AoE knockback. But yeah, like, what Devil's referring to is I had a character select UI that we had going, and it took me like 2 weeks to get it working and all that. And then, Devil suggested what you saw earlier, which was the lobby just having the characters around and you go and talk to them to swap characters. And I was like, no, that's actually just better. I'm gonna do that instead. Oh god, I summoned a boss. Okay. How hard is the boss to actually kill with something like Full Monko? I don't really have damage on this character, do I? I have to swap to get damage. What small idea is going to be a nightmare? There's a few I could refer to that have been, like, really cool ideas that I'm like, no, this is actually going to take forever to do. I mean, the enchanting is going to take forever, and it's such an idea that's, like, going to very easily fall by the wayside and people are probably not going to care about. Something different depending on what to do. Oh no, that's doable as hell. Like, something like that, that's actually really easy to do, because the way I structured the old system would even have been able to handle that. Whereas, like, I plan on making a more robust system, so it would probably handle that even better. I'm gonna actually control the targeting, so I can try and focus fire down the boss. So I'm pretty sure, is it 500 that the next boss will spawn at? I actually don't know when the next boss will spawn. Or if it's currently locked off because, dang. Let's get more crit. I'm gonna try and run as Mokoko for now. That's just better. I still love how Fuumoko has, like, an extremely low HP pool. Though you'd argue, potentially, that they should have quite a high one. Because, it's two characters, and they share the HP pool. It's, okay, I'll openly admit, that's one that I'm like, I actually still don't know if there's a correct answer to that. Should their HP be higher when you're switching between them constantly? Because, like, you can switch between them constantly, and I'm gonna be honest, you can get away with a lot of things you shouldn't be because of that. Oh boy, there's two of them. Now there are two of them. Which one wiggles, which one unwiggles? What do you mean? Oh god, there's so much poison on the ground. So much poison on the ground. Wiggly balls, mate. Oh, that's right. Okay, I see, I see. I need levels, because I need to hit, I know what I need right now. I very much know what I need right now. I need Moth Goop. Flinging the area of goo. God damn it. I mean, to be fair, this is the purpose of this fight and why it's supposed to be a difficult fight. Is they're supposed to have a lot of area control, but you're not supposed to be dealing with two of them at once. Do I just pick up Hanabi? I think I just pick up Hanabi so I can get, like, more AoE damage going. It's not really a good one to pick up. getting reminded how, like, low power these characters are. I do not have enough damage on them, I think. To be fair, that's where the collar's supposed to come in, right? Collar's supposed to supplement the damage problems. This music's also making the situation far more epic than it's supposed to be. That's really useful to hit. I don't want to waste a body pillar there. This is so unfortunate. I have to try and kill. Again, welcome to one of the biggest complaints the game has, even from me. The bosses are so fucking hard to kill. Especially when situations like this can occur. Especially when this doesn't work. That's supposed to be an insta-kill effect, but it's not doing it. Get the Hellborn Collar so I can get some more damage. Luckily enough, we're getting a lot of healing amp from levels because we do have the Iron Mouse ability. We're gonna die here, I think. Yep, we died. Let's play with something a little stronger, shall we? You know what? I haven't played with the modifiers in a long time. Let's see. Ding, dim gains, quick start, enemies use harden, don't do it, and enemy haste. You know what? I'm gonna do that, but I'm going to run. Actually, no, I will keep running with this, I think. Quick start or batteries? No, or batteries is terrible for me. Yeah, let's go with this one. Dev doesn't play their own game. I mean, it's the problem that we've not had a game to play for ages, right? Okay, I have to be really careful because I start on 1 HP. Moth Goop level up, please. I could really go for demonic blood. That would be really nice. Moth Numies would be nice as well, but let's just get Mothaholic leveled up because it's always just such a good fucking effect. Okay, I need to get Moth Numies now, so I have to exceed movement speed. And let's heal up a little bit. I mean, yes, that'll take 100 blows, because that's just really good. No, it's already released. Yeah, I actually bought that game. I do need to sit down and play it at some point. Super sleepy, not excited over doing work tomorrow. Good night. Catch you later, Jen. Have a good one, and have a good rest. Yeah, the boss is gonna spawn and I'm gonna just die, I think. I think that's the problem situation I'm in right now. Let's see if the game will treat us nicely and give us the wave. Nope! Damn it. Alright. Oh, shit. Give me more movement speed. If I just avoid the boss, it won't be a problem. I think I've reduced healing, if I recall correctly, with this setup. Why I was considering getting the Iron Mouse passive instead to compensate, because I'm gonna get way more levels with the ding and shit. Yeah, every once in a while I do just go back and play the old game, just to see what it's like and see how I feel about it all. It's important. I'm trying to remember if it's on kill or on hit, the healing for this. Ooh, download RAM would be really nice here, actually. More EXs? Can I stop getting freezes? Can I get, like, heals and stuff? Heals, bombs, magnets? Anything but a fucking freeze effect! Oh, these crates! There we go. Oh, no! No, you're, like, the worst boss to get in right now! No, not Knife Doggo! Knife Doggo, chill out, please, buddy! Please! Knife Doggo, leave! Go away! No! No! Knife Doggo's actually gonna fuck my shit up in a minute. Please, Knife Doggo, please. We're cool, right? Of course, it's another one of those. Keep using the EX. And it's always a fucking freeze out of the crate! Okay, Knife Doggo is not a problem now. We've managed to get it far enough with it all. Trying to spawn with the skeletons past an hour or so. The fuck? Hell yeah, I mean, what? I need to... Don't remind me. I still want to play some Skyblock or something. My friends are trying to invite me to it, and I'm like, I would love to play, but I want to play a very specific mod pack at the moment, and apparently it's being a pain in the ass to do that one in the server. Yeah, Knife Doggo's gonna fucking die before the goddamn party animal that we spawned as a side boss. That's actually upsetting. That's the problem with Knife Doggo. They're less tanky, but they are a problem for a character like this that's hyper fragile right now. The game is starting to chug, though. Puntable. Yeah, the game is starting to die a little bit. This is again what... This here is exactly why we needed to redo stuff. Because stuff is starting to get harder and harder to calculate. I remember you wanting to change it so she'd just grow bigger at one point. Yeah, so in my notes that I have, so she's always had this ult, was the idea with Junie. It was like the first thing I thought of with her. With how it's supposed to go is her item levels up, right? The idea was to shift it. So what was going to happen was as Junie progresses through the thing, she gets additional levels of Mothaholic that aren't available to other characters. And one of those levels was she's going to just level up to basically have baby ult all the time. Was the idea with her. Like, with the kid overall. So it's still, you would want to do an EX build with her, like an ultimate build. But the build benefits more from just kind of like committing to a general thing. Like, Junie is a great stat stick just because of, the baby moth. Because that passive is insane. It's also why I have to code my weapons weirdly. God, look at how much the game is chugging though. It's incredible, I love this. Game is trying. It really is. To be fair, we're also playing on the highest difficulty, so like enemies aren't taking damage, so they're stacking up a lot more than they should be. There's certain calculations that I know are dragging it down. There's also... Can I open it still? No, I can't. There was a debug UI that I can open up. To look at certain things, and I can see that the processes are just drowning down. So yeah, this here is exactly the example as to why the game gets refactored. It's because I'd done too much damage to its baseline infrastructure that this sort of problem we're seeing now was not something I could accommodate for anymore. I would have to keep rewriting such earlier stuff to get to a valid point with it all. And you can see as well, the best part is that, like, it's actually the game that's dying, it's not my PC that's dying as much. Because I'm not, like, the VTuber model isn't lagging obscenely more than it normally would. I'd assume it's probably enemy pathing and, like, something not getting cleaned up correctly. To be fair, I use a lot of time sourcing in the original stuff, which was also a massive point of contention with lag. Because there was the chance that data was getting, like, sort of stored. So, while, admittedly, the game is a lot more lightweight at the moment, but the new one hasn't had any glaring issues like this for a long time. Like, the lag we're seeing here is lag that we're not seeing outside of me creating an error and I fixing it with the current stuff. I do love how much area difference you get with the upgrade when you use your ult, because you do just get a massive area buff. Oh look, it's the magical girl. That's actually one of the most frustrating bosses to fight with lag. Because she's just gonna be, like, gliding around the whole fucking time. At this point in time, I honestly might as well just let the run die. Because it's just impossible to fucking play at this point. How the fuck am I not dead? There we go. God, that was bad. Okay. Yeah, mischievous magical girl. One of these days, I'll actually finish how her kit works. And it will be even worse than it is now. Because she's missing one of her abilities, I believe? What do you mean, what the fuck, when you were reading what you were doing? Oh, about the wither skeletons? I just, like, that was so out of pocket, that's what I mean. Okay, there we go. Alright, are you also rejecting your friend's Minecraft invites because of the mod pack I showed you some time ago? Or a different one? The Skyblock one that I think you sent me about, or told me about, the one with Equivalent Exchange. I want to play that one really badly. That's what I want to play. The issue was setting that one up on a server. We had a lot of issues with Stormcraft, apparently. So, like, which is not too surprising. Stormcraft has notoriously been all over the place with its, sometimes just random interactions breaking. So the server wouldn't even launch. I would like to go and play it, though. Okay, so now I go here. Instead of this, we do. And then I believe cooldown is actually just written as cooldown, right? Cooldown. So now that should function correctly. I never had any problems launching a server for that mod pack. It's... sometimes the files download wrong, sometimes there's a driver issue, there's all sorts of stuff that can get involved. The person that's doing the server setup for it is someone that is very competent with it, so I'll leave her to figure out any issues at some point, if there are any. And if it doesn't end up working out, I'll just play it myself. Dude, she also had some recent problems because something got changed on the computer that they use as the server at that house. So the ports were incorrectly set up from the OS, so it created an issue where the server just couldn't be connected to unless locally. Which is always a good time. Now I need to figure out how do I change this? Yeah. How do I want to handle that? Do I handle it perfectly? I mean, yeah. Okay, to explain what's going on, I make it so when I deal damage, it's considered an on-hit, right? Dealing damage is not something that's natively done by weapons. I have to tell them on hit, deal damage. The problem is, how I have it is that when I tell them to deal damage, I actually tell them how much damage to deal here. I don't tell them how much damage to deal somewhere else. So that means I can't correctly reference the damage changing, potentially. What I could do is do a check here, set up a check thing. That should help finding the information when necessary. Now, what I need to do is, well, I mean, the hit methods should never change, right? But if the weapon itself had a damage value with all calculations and on hit, just copy that value. Because I mean, yes and no. So, the problem is, weapon damage handles used in a couple of niche cases as well, and there's an argument to be made I should just make a separate function for that. So I might just do that instead. So what I mean by niche cases is there's some cases where I just pass through damage and targets, and I don't set up a variable to pull from. So what I'll do is I'm going to change this stuff. On the damage, so the weapon damage handle is going to change. The damage deal handle is going to be added to handle the stuff. So I will rip all of this information. And then we will own it, and then weapon. And then we're going to change it to do deal damage handle. And we're going to yoink all of this for a second again. Put that through. And then we're going to change it to being weapon dot damage. Owner, we change that out to not being a thing. And we change that out. And now we're fine. I just need to replace this in this case here. And in these cases, instead of damage, I put through self. That doesn't matter. Yeah, see, here's an example of exactly that issue. So, we change this to deal damage handle here. I've said before, one of my goals with this update was to be changing things to be more willing to accommodate the, like, make unique cases, a lot of the time. It's when I am, in the morning, almost be going now. Catch you later, devil. Have a good rest. Okay, so now I can change it back to if the damage changes. We don't actually need to do that. We can just make damage equal value now. There we go. That should resolve that issue and make things a little bit easier moving forward. I just need to make sure I keep certain things keyworded correctly, is the important part. In fact, I should probably be finishing up soon, because we are about to hit the 5-hour marker. Oh yeah, everyone's ready for daylight savings to change again, and we're gonna have to figure out how to accommodate the stream times again. Y'all ready for the stream to technically be earlier and all the same time? I stand by. I think for now I might shift it to being at 7 AM for me when it changes. So it's an hour forward for me to deal with it, but it should be an hour earlier for y'all. Daylight savings is so dumb. I've already made the argument of what daylight savings is for, and it makes sense for what it's for. It's just really difficult for a lot of people nowadays to track with it. It's just something that changes automatically when you're not paying attention. And it only really matters when you're interacting with international. Right. Makes sense, I just don't like it. That's fair. I've never really given enough of a fuck about it. It's just, things change. Because daylight savings is going to start for me in like 2 weeks' time, and then it's going to end for y'all about the same time. I believe is how it goes typically. Yeah, it's gonna start at the end of the month for me. So, it's going to... Yeah. Change sucks. I mean, I get used to it, right? So that means, technically speaking, yeah, I'm going to be starting at the same time. I'll be starting at 7, but it should change for you guys to go backwards by 1 hour. So it should be 1 hour earlier for y'all in like Europe, for example. Well, basically everyone in the northern hemisphere. Right, if I recall correctly. If I move it to 7 o'clock. Yeah. Like, I could move it to 8 and it changes to being a super late morning for me all of a sudden. And it would change the time for you guys not at all. It'd be exactly the same times. Streaming at 7 PM. Dude, if I stream at 7 PM, none of y'all would fucking turn up. If I stream in 8 hours from now, y'all would be at best waking up. If not at work, right? At work in your case, yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying, is like, I would be streaming at a horrific time for everyone. So, no, I won't be streaming in the evening and afternoon very much anymore. I used to stream at, a little afternoon for 3 hours. That's how I started. And obviously no one watched because that was terrible timing for like international and like even local, right? It was just the only time I could consider doing it. Then I eventually switched to doing it in the mornings and it worked out a lot better for people. So if it was an hour earlier, it'd be 7 PM? True. And it'd also mean that theoretically, I would probably go for a very similar amount of time so y'all could stick around to the end and not fuck your sleep schedule so badly. I know, right? Let's try launching this and see how it goes. We'll launch it, see how it goes, and then go from there. I don't own that yet, you're good. Ah, fair. Sleep schedule? What are those? Can I eat them? Noxie is taking a week off soon, and Snakers is taking like half a week off soon. And it's gonna be really fucking funny, because I expect to get nagged to play a lot of games and shit during that time. So I'm gonna end up probably staying up a lot later around that. I know Noxie's gonna be doing a lot of painting during that time. She's gonna be doing like a lot more models. Alright, gameplay loop is kind of there now. It's always how it starts. It'd be like 3 to 5, something like that. Damn. I loved sleeping in the mornings, even though I'm a morning person. Don't ask me how that works. I'm a morning person, but like back when I was like the most productive I would sleep in the morning if I had a choice. And I would, like, not do anything for the day. Yeah, and my damage vaporizes these enemies, it's not surprising. Because I'm scaling them a lot. And now we're out of things to level up. Cool. So now we gotta resolve that. Because I do want to have that as a niche case scenario cover, where like you've got nothing to level up, so you just skip the level basically. Damn you younglings. Damn you younglings! Fucking hate it. Alright. What do we think? We happy with the fact that the game's got basic gameplay loop working and things are kind of getting there? Now it's a stage of like adding the other stuff and a couple of niche case cover points, and then we can probably start actually implementing a lot of characters, implementing weapons correctly, and actually get a more authentic gameplay experience from the player's perspective a lot more going. Should be nice. As you progress the stream, that's crazy. It's because I've done so much prep work off stream, is realistically the answer. I did stay fairly on topic today, but like it's also, I've just kind of sat down, gotten a lot of the core stuff worked on. We're getting there. We continue to be cursed. I mean, it's Uma Musume tomorrow, so that's just a shitpost. Then we got the creative stream, which I need to make another thumbnail for, because I want to do a different one each time. Or something along those lines. We'll see. I might leave it as is for now. For a couple of streams, and then we might change it from time to time, is maybe how I'll approach it instead. That'll make a bit more sense. But for now, I honestly, that thumbnail's fucking hysterical. It's the problem. I think it's just too funny. It came out way better than I expected. So, well, yeah. We'll leave it at that for today, though. Thank you so much for watching. It's so great. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.